हेलो हेलो हेलो। हेलो
जरा देखो आया भाई। बोला ही नहीं। हेलो हेलो। माइक माइक चेक माइक चेक। चेक चेक। हेलो हेलो। चेक चेक। हेलो चेक। हेलो 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 हेलो। चेक चेक चेक। नहीं आ रहा साउंड है। आया। नहीं आया। ये क्या आ रहा है? बोल वो नहीं आ रहा है। नहीं, इस साइड आ रहा है। हेलो। इसका हेलो 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 हेलो। आ रहा है। अभी राइट में जाओ। पर जहाँ पे खड़े हो, ओके। हेलो हेलो आ रहा है। ओके। हेलो हेलो। माइक चेक माइक चेक। चेक माइक चेक माइक चेक। मिक्सी टीम। हेलो। यूएस वाले वो मिक्स खेलते हैं। हेलो हेलो माइक चेक माइक चेक। हेलो हेलो। Here we are in Velapur. It is the last game of Global Youth Cricket League, and we have two teams. One is US United States Global Youth versus TG Royals. Yeah, bro, what is happening? No, no more reasons. Why it is?
अरे यार क्या तू जाता है यार जा अभी
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Global Youth Cricket League. It is day number 6, the final day, and it is the USA Chargers up against the Pristine Sports, fighting out for that 5th place today. And it's the game which was played on the very first day of this tournament. The USA Chargers, the only victory for them, which came up against the Pristine Sports. And the USA Chargers would be wanting to get another one over them. And on the other hand, the Pristine Sports would be wanting to get some revenge out of this one. We are coming to you live from the Mazgoan Cricket Club. Ajit Shukla once again opening the bowling here for the Pristine Sports. And surprisingly, Ishan has come out to open the innings here, along with Sohan Bhatia. Another change in partner. Yesterday it was Yuvan, and before that it was always Sundaraj, but not quite so in this game. Well, Ishan is someone who has a decent enough defense and would be wanting to build straight away. And this time cut straight to the fielder. This time just past that outside edge. A good comeback this after conceding some runs on the first couple of deliveries for Ajit Shukla. This time played on the offside and still no run for Ishan. At the end of the first innings, 3 without a wicket. So surprisingly continuing with spin here in this over number 2. It is Yug Waghela to continue in the second over. The left arm off spinner will try to use the angle up against the right hand batter. And he finds a thick outside edge, and the ball will race away to the fence. Well, the Centurion from yesterday continuing the form that he showed. He's got a couple of 50s and a century to his name in this tournament, and would be wanting to add a few more today. And straight away starting on the front foot as well here, Sohan Bhatia. This time played straight down the ground for a single. This time it struck the pad and an appeal, but the umpire not interested. And this time cut away really nicely. And he gets off the mark Ishan with a boundary. And that will give him a lot of confidence after a short innings after yesterday. Superbly struck through the offside and the second boundary of the over up against Yug Waghela. Well, the USA Chargers scored 268 up against the Pristine Sports in the very first game. And they would be wanting to make something similar at the least and then try and defend up against them. And this time played towards the deep mid-wicket region, gets just a single. The fielder is present there. And this time just past the outside edge. So an excellent over this one for the USA Chargers at the end of the second. Now it is 13 without a wicket. Shukla will continue up against Ishan this time. Well, he faced the 4 dot deliveries, Ishan, and that was the 5th consecutive one for Ajit Shukla up against him. Giving hardly anything away to the batters, trying to put some pressure. Well, the previous over will release a lot of pressure early on in this innings for the batters, both of them getting boundaries, Sohan Bhatia and Ishan. And this time he's found an outside edge and an early breakthrough here. Ishan departs here. Nicely taken there by the wicketkeeper. And that's the first one gone for the USA Chargers. And Ajit Shukla strikes. 13 for 1 in this third over. And this partnership has not quite worked for them. And Sohan Bhatia, just as yesterday, continuing to lose partners. Comes Yuvan Vinod at number 3. Yesterday he opened the innings and today he comes down at number 3. A change in the batting order once again with Yuvan Vinod. Will be very familiar with the ground out here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. He scored that outstanding quick fire half century up against the Achievers Academy and almost pulled off a miracle and would be wanting to replicate that innings. This time he just leaves that one alone, the man with the green pads. This time played straight to the fielder at point. This time he finds the gap and chases on, and the fielder does well to get across. Gets a couple of runs. Yuan gets off the mark of his third delivery, and that will make him feel a lot better after yesterday. Once again hit along the carpet by Sohan. In fact, Yuan, and a single taken. So at the end of the third now, it is 16 for 1. Continuing with spin here, Yug Waghela, who conceded a couple of boundaries in the first over, conceding 10, would be wanting to come back up against the right-handed Yuan Vinod. This time played straight to the fielder at mid-off. A bit of a misfield allows them to get across. Once again hit along the ground on this leg side. Takes the single. This time leaves it alone. It was the arm ball. Maybe just didn't pick it up there, Yuan. That could have gone on to crash the stumps. This time he drives, but not well enough. Just back to the bowler. This time ducks it away on this leg side, and Yug Waghela himself will get across to stop that one. This time slightly short, and once again hit in the gap. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Continuing the good form that he's been showing in this tournament. Once again just placed beautifully by this right-handed batsman. This time slightly short. At the end of the fourth now is once again hit in the gap. Another boundary. This time slightly short, and once again hit in the gap. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. So Ajit Shukla continuing here and straight away a huge appeal, wanting to get the wicket of Yuvan Vinod. Once again, nicely defended. Once again, defense. Once again, played on the offside. Once again, played on the offside. So another dot, a maiden over for Ajit Shukla at the end of the fifth. Now it is 23 for 1. And this time played in the gap by Sohan Bhatia. Another boundary for him. Well, he got one in the last delivery of the previous over of Yog. And now on the first delivery of his next. Once again, superbly hit through the offside, playing it along the ground. And this time played in the gap by Sohan Bhatia. Another boundary for him. Well, 200. And once again cut, and this time finds the fielder out there at long off. Once again, Yuan plays it straight to the fielder. Very unlike Yuan, this 5 or 14, taking his time out there, coming in right at the top of the order. Yesterday, opening innings not quite working out up against the size here. And this time, charging down the wicket. And he's played that one very nicely in the gap. Another boundary. Finally, maybe he feels that he's had enough and wants to go for the big shots. Not quite working out up against the size here. The wicket. And so charging down the wicket ground and past the fielder. He's played that one very nicely in the gap. Chance out. Another boundary. So all of a sudden, the Pristine Sports once again on the back foot. Once again an over where already a couple of boundaries have come. This time wanting to cut that one away, but beats the batter. Once again, an expensive over this, 9 of it already. And a dot to end the over. At the end of the 6th now, it is 33 for 1. 32 for 1. So Ajit Shukla continuing here, 3 overs, 1 for 6. What an outstanding spell it has been so far by him. And this time it struck the pad. Once again an appeal. The umpire having a think about that one, and in the end unmoved. Well, he's continuing to threaten here, Ajit Shukla. This time a scare for Sohan Bhatia. This time he drives, but not quite where he intended. Straight to the fielder. It is scorching heat out here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. Well, you wouldn't expect this much of heat on the 30th of December. And this time picked up over the fielder inside the circle. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Superbly placed once again. He's high on confidence and showing exactly that. Picked up over the fielder inside the circle. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Flick. And continuing to deal in boundaries here. And this time he leaves it alone and given as a wide by the umpire. Once again, it struck the pad, but just not interested. The umpire trickles away on this leg side. They get across for a single and given as a leg by the umpire. This time played straight down the ground, but not enough conviction. But still a misfield will allow them to get across for another single. So just the one more delivery left now in this over. And 7 have come of it. And this time wanting to go for the expansive drive, not quite able to get the connection. So at the end of the 7th, now it is 39 for 1. So a change in the bowling is going to be Wasim Khan to continue in this over number 8. Yug Wagela taken off the attack. He was proving to be quite a bit expensive. Both these players were enjoying themselves up against him. This time cut away nicely once again in the gap. This time between the fielder at point and short third. And another boundary for Yuvan Vinod. And even he is starting to look really good now. Superbly placed. This time cut away nicely once again in the gap. This time between the fielder at point and short third. And another boundary for you. This time hit hard. And the fielder does extremely well down the ground at mid-on to stop that one, saving certain 3 runs for his side. Excellent piece of fielding out there. And this time hitting it hard along the ground. Once again defense. This time getting across for a quick single, just nudging it on the leg side. So 6 coming off this over. A good comeback by Wasim after conceding a boundary of the very first. Can he close it out now? And this time driven nicely, and once again in the gap. And it will find the fence. An excellent shot once again by Yuvan. This time in front of square. And that will make it 10 of the over at the end of the 8th now. At the end of this power play, it is 49 for 1 for the USHR. So it is going to be Naitik Pandey to continue here. Another change in the bowling. Ajit Shukla taking off the attack. He's bowled exceptionally well for his first 4 overs, and now will be having a rest before coming back later on in this innings. How good is Sohan Bhatia? 23 of the 17 once again today. Well, the odd days have been working out very well for him, but this time he is looking good on this even day. He's played really well on day number 1, 3, and 5, and wanting to capitalize on day number 6 here. This time tucked away on this leg side for a single. In fact, they come back for the second as well. Good running between the wickets. Past the fielder on that occasion. Those couple of runs will also bring up the 50 for the USA Chargers. 51 for 1 now after 8.1 and going along nicely. Just strolling through this innings. The projected score of 250, and if they keep those wickets in hand, especially if these two keep on batting, maybe 300 on the cards today for them. This time played down the ground towards the fielder at mid-on. Another single taken. This time played uppishly and straight to the fielder. This time an appeal for a wicket. Not quite to be for Naitik. A couple of dots up against Yuan. Once again, just nudged on this leg side. Gets across for another single, Yuan. And keeping the scoreboard ticking and keeping on rotating the strike here. Complementing each other nicely here, these two. Sohan and Yuan. And this time he finds the fielder out there at short third, a dot to end the over. Just the 4 of it at the end of the 9th. Now it is 53 for 1. So Wasim Khan continuing here. Starts off with a dot delivery. And this time shot and picked up down the ground. And he's beaten the fielder at long off. He gets a boundary, Yuan. Well, no boundaries in the previous over, but they get one in this one. And Wasim Khan, that's the third boundary conceded by him in just the 8 deliveries that he's bowled. And would be wanting to rectify that as soon as possible. Superbly thumped down the ground. And this time played straight to the fielder. And once again cut away. And this time beats the fielder at short third. Finds a boundary. That's the second one of the over. Played superbly along the ground. Intentional by Yuan. And showing the class that he possesses. And he's enjoyed himself up here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. And continuing in that form. He did not get out after that half century in the game up against the Achievers Academy. And continuing that innings that he left off in the previous game right here. Once again wanting to play it down the ground, but played straight back to the bowler. So at the end of the 10th now it is 61 for 1. So Netik continuing and starts off by giving away a single. This time driven down the ground towards the fielder at long off. And that will also bring up the 50 partnership between the 250 of just 48 and going along superbly well. Once again hit hard along the carpet, but straight to the fielder. Once again drives past the fielder inside the circle. And this time he's beaten the fielder out there at long off. Well, he had a long way to get across. And that was not quite hit that powerfully, but still it's beaten the fielder. That is how nicely it was placed by Yuan. A superb shot. And a boundary for the first time up against Netik. This time defends it off the back foot. This time wanted to pick it up on the leg side, but couldn't quite get the connection that he wanted. So at the end of the 11th, now it is 68 for 1. So Wasim Khan continuing. 2 overs, none for 18 for him. And a couple of more runs will be added to that. Well, Yuan has taken off and he's gone ahead of Sohan Bhatia. Sohan Bhatia was striking at 200 at the start of the innings and now is playing second fiddle in this partnership. This time slightly short and once again punched on the soft side for another single. So 4 of the over already, halfway through it. Once again, just playing it along the ground. Sohan happy to take those singles and keeping on rotating the strike. Converting those dots into singles, which is very important. Something that they could not quite do up against the Achievers Academy and henceforth losing that game very closely. This time played in the air but won't quite carry to the fielder. So a rare dot delivery in this over for Wasim Khan. And this time picked up on this leg side, but the fielder will get across. A bit of a misfield will allow them to come back for the second as well. Good running between the wickets and good understanding. So 7 coming off that one at the end of the 12th. Now it is 75 for 1. So Netik continuing 2 overs, none for 11. Once again, just played along the ground. This time a low full toss. And he's found the gap, Yuan. And a very welcome boundary. Another one with a couple of overs, no boundaries. They had dried up, but they get another one now. Superbly placed. Taking full advantage of the low full toss. And he is making Mazgoan Cricket Club his fortress here, Yuan. This time played on the offside towards the fielder at short third. So a dot delivery for Netik. And this time it's in the air, chance of a catch. A thick outside edge, and Netik gets his man, and that's the second one gone. Yuan, who was looking really set out here, departs. A well-made 40 for him, going for the big shot. Maybe he was just itching to go. It had been a while since he got a 6. There has not been a single 6 in this innings, and he wanted to get the first one there. And in the end, perishes. And a lucky break this for Netik. It's 80 for 2 now after 12.4. And the umpires have also called for drinks. Comes Aditya Narayanan at number 4. So a couple of dots to end the over. Up against the new batter. A successful over for Naitik at the end of the 13th. Now it is 80 for 2. Right then, so the change in the bowling, it's going to be Sudhan Sundaraj to continue. 13 overs, 80 for 2, the USA Chargers. Sundaraj, a man of the match in one of the games in this tournament, continuing and would be wanting to take a few more here. This time played on the offside, straight to the fielder. Once again, hit straight to the fielder. Well, in fact, it's gone away to the boundary. It's not caught by the fielder. The ball just racing away to the fence. Johan moves on to 37 now. An excellent shot, that one. Even the cameraman couldn't catch the ball there. This time played.
इसका व्हाट्सएप चालू है
This time driven by Aditya Narayanan, and he will get a single. Well, in fact, it's gone right through. He's made a mess of that one. And Aditya Narayanan gets off the mark with a boundary, second boundary of the over. And Sundaraj will not be pleased at all with the effort by his fielder. Well, you would expect him to collect that one once he got across. Once again, just tucked on this leg side, gets a single. And trying to build a partnership once again, the USA Chargers. Well, 10 of the over already. It's been a very expensive one, considering that they got a wicket in the previous over. And once again, played by Sohan down the ground towards the long on fielder on this occasion. So he gets a single at the end of the 14th now. It is 91 for 2. Pandey continuing here after taking a wicket of U1 in the previous over. Once again nudged on the offside by Sohan. Moves on to 40 with that one. Another single for him. 40 of just 31. He's taken minimal risk so far and growing ever so well in this innings. This time just played on the offside by Aditya. This time it struck the pad. A huge appeal once again. Well, surprisingly, the umpire has not raised his finger on that occasion. It looked pretty straight to me. But another dot and the pressure building now by Naitik on to the batters. And this time cut away nicely out there in the deep. A single taken. Once again nicely bowled. Once again, just played on the offside. Another dot to end the over. Just the two of it. Excellent by Naitik at the end of the 15th. Now it is 93 for 2. So Sundaraj continuing here. And he starts off with another dot delivery and trying to build some pressure here, the Pristine Sports. This time slightly short and once again cut away, but cut away straight to the fielder. And this time picked up by Aditya Narayanan. And it's picked up nicely over the fielder inside the circle and into the fence it goes. An excellent shot. Just giving those runs back for the two dot deliveries that were bowled. And going along nicely once again here, the USA Chargers after this drinks break. Once again, just nudged on this leg side and gets across for a single. And this time he finds the outside edge. And Sohan misses out on the half century. And it's Sudhan Sundaraj who strikes. The third one gone now for the USA Chargers. Well, the drinks break doing the trick once again for the bowling side. Getting a wicket on the very first over after it. And it's 98 for 3 now. And how disappointed will Sohan Bhatia be after departing here? A well-made 40. He was looking really good out there once again. And he'll be gutted that he's missed out today. 98 for 3 now after 15.5. So 98 for 3 and in comes Abdur Rahman. Abdur Rahman who played really well in this tournament so far, especially in that one game up against the SKCA, scoring that important 75 odd to get his side to a respectable total. Well, whenever he comes out to bat, class oozes through him. Abdur is ready. 98 for 3 then after 15.5. And straight away he plays it down the ground. A nice little punch to get off the mark. And a successful over by Sudhan Sundaraj coming to an end at the end of the 16th. Now it is 99 for 3. Well, Netik Pandey will continue now. 99 for 3 then after 16. And how would the Pristine Sports love a couple of more wickets here? Well, you might see relatively two new batters at the crease. Aditya Narayanan, he's played 11 deliveries for his 11. And this time played straight to the fielder. Once again, wanting to drive, and it's past everybody. In that occasion, it goes away to the fence, and that will bring the 100 up for the USA Chargers. 103 for 3 now after 16.2, going at a very good rate at the moment. But they would love to stitch a partnership here. It's been given as 4 byes. It beat the keeper and also the batter. This time nicely defended.
हाँ बाद में तेको व्हाट्सअप किया ना कि भाई वो अरविंद करके ऑर्गेनाइजर है वो देखेगा
Once again, he drives, but straight to the fielder.
मेरा बात को मैं बोला कि मेरा प्रैक्टिकल
This time a swing and a miss.
नहीं मैं तो व्हाट्सअप किया कि अपन करेंगे पहले फिर बाद में कंफर्म किया उसको तो बोला कि नहीं मैं करता हूँ फिर मैं तेको व्हाट्सअप किया कि वो करेगा वो पैसा मत कर जाएगा
This time a swing and a miss. A big appeal by the wicketkeeper, but no bat involved at all. So just the 5 of the over, 4 of the coming in terms of byes. At the end of the 17th now, it is 103 for 3. So a single taken on this occasion.
मेरे को पता है सुरेंद्र ऑपरेट कर रहा है
And this time played behind square, gets a couple of runs.
थोड़ा कैमरा पीछे डाला है।
Once again played down the ground for a single. And this time he will find the boundary. Aditya Narayanan. And Sundaraj will not be happy at all with that one. Once again, it's behind square, past the wicket keeper. And given as 4 byes by the umpire. No bat involved at all.
तो बॉल में बॉलिंग करेगा ना रन लेगा ना उसको बीच के फील्ड में ले उसको स्टंप तक छोड़ वापस कुछ रिएक्शन देगा तो वापस
Once again, just nudged on the leg side. So at the end of the 18th, now it is Nelson for 3. They continue and straight away wanting to drive that one, Aditya, but he misses out. An excellent delivery once again by Naitik. He's keeping things nice and tidy. 5 overs, 1 for 18 for him. 5.1 now. Once again, just tucked away on this leg side for a single. And it brings Abdur Rahman back on strike, who is struggling at the moment. 3 of 10, taking his time out there. Well, he is more than capable of playing a long innings. But it just not seems to be his day so far. And maybe an opportunity for Netik to castle one right through him. Well, he's gone for the sweep shot. And he's played that one in the gap. And an excellent boundary for Abdur Rahman. That will release a lot of pressure for him. Superbly picked up. Slightly fuller. And swept ever so well by Abdur. Once again cut away, but this time straight to the fielder. So just the one more delivery left now in this over, and 5 have come off it. 5 thanks to the boundary by Abdur Rahman. But once again, not quite able to get those singles in, and another dot to end the over at the end of the 19th. Now it is 116 for 3. Sundaraj continuing 3 overs, 1 for 21. Very important for both these sides to play carefully along these middle overs. The Pristine Sports would be not wanting to give away any boundaries, and the USA Chargers would be wanting to just keep the scoreboard ticking and keep those wickets intact. And this time cut away, and cut away nice, will get a couple of runs. This time played along the carpet on the slick side. This time an appeal, but definitely the impact is outside the off stump. He came a long way across there, Abdur Rahman, and not quite getting those singles here, Abdur. Well, the dot count just keeps on increasing here up against him, and the Pristine Sports are enjoying bowling up against him. Once again played back to the bowler. So just the one more delivery left in this over and 3 of it. Another tight one. And once again played on this offside. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 20th. Now it is 119 for 3. So another change in the bowling. Another spinner comes into the attack. It's Amit Mishra continuing here. Starting off with a wide delivery. 120 for 3 after 20. Halfway through this innings. And the projected score of 240. And he starts off with the freebie. And he's just thumped this one away. Aditya Narayanan. It's played in the gap, and a welcome boundary this for the USA Chargers. It's been a while, and maybe that will start to get the runs flowing once again here for the USA Chargers. And this time a no ball. Well, he's been caught, but it won't matter. He will have to re-bowl, and a free hit coming up now for Abdur Rahman. An opportunity to break the shackles. Well, Amit Mishra just not able to get it on his radar, and not sure if the captain of the Pristine Sports would be wanting to go to him once again after this over. So a free hit, and once again he's bowled a no ball, and above waist height, and once again it's been dispatched to the fence, and Abdur Rahman is not going to miss out on that one. Doesn't matter how much he is struggling. That will bring up the 33 runs partnership as well, 33 of just 28. And another free hit here now. Already 12 runs of the over. Just the one legitimate delivery ball. And that will help the USA Chargers a lot. Another free hit. Once again, Abdur on strike. And Abdur goes big. And he's connected that one ever so well. It will go way back into the stands. That's the first 6 of this innings. My word, what an expensive over this is turning out to be. And the USA Chargers all of a sudden right on the front foot now. Superbly struck, getting the middle of the bat and hitting it perfectly in the cow corner region. So that is 18 of the over already, and Amit Mishra just not able to get away with it. And that's another full toss, but this time he plays it along the ground. Abdur Rahman. Well, Abdur Rahman, who was struggling at 7 of 17, all of a sudden has moved on to 18 of 20, striking at 90 and 90. Once again, just played back to the bowler. This time a huge appeal. The wicketkeeper got excited, but the umpire not raising his finger. This time tucked away on this leg side, gets a single. So 20 runs coming off that one. And at the end of the 21st now, it is 140 for 3. So Sundaraj continuing, and once again driven nicely down the ground for a single. Once again, nicely bowled, trying to build some pressure once again after that previous over. 20 coming off it. Well, he did well in the end, Amit Mishra, to get away with. He conceded 18 of the first 2 and gave away just the 2 more after that. Once again, just nudged on the offside. This time couldn't quite get the bat to the ball. Once again wanting to drive, not quite able to get the middle of the bat, getting across for a quick single. And a rare opportunity for overthrows, but deciding against it in the end. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 22nd. Now it is 142 for 3. Well, in fact, Sundaraj has overstepped, and that's another no ball. And a free hit coming up now. This time it will be Aditya Narayanan on strike. A big opportunity. And he's taken that one with open arms. It will go sailing over the fielder out there at long gone. Well, 3 free hits. One has been hit for a 4 and a couple of them for 6s, making full use of it. And that will bring up the 50 partnership as well between the two. 50 of just 39. And that will close out the 22nd over now with the score at 148 for 3. So Yug Waghela is back into the attack. 3 overs, none for 26. He was very expensive inside the power play. Would be wanting to rectify that. An opportunity here up against two batters who are set now. Thanks to those free hits, both of them getting a 6 to the name. Well, Abdur Rahman continuing to struggle here. Apart from those free hits, he's not really got any runs here. He got a 6 and a 4 on a free hit, 10 of them coming up, 2 deliveries of those. He's played a plenty of dot deliveries here, not quite able to rotate the strike. And this time a quick single taken. Once again, he drives and drives nicely for another single. So that single will bring up the 150. 150 for 3 now by the USA Chargers. This time played straight to the fielder. So the end of the 23rd now, it is 150 for 3. Change in the bowling. It's going to be Jay Bagalia to continue in this over number 24 with a score at 150 for 3, going at a healthy rate out here. The USA Chargers and have lost only the 3 wickets. They have quite a few bit of batsmen left who can really turn the screws on when required. These two going along nicely at the moment. This partnership worth 50 already, more than 50 now. This time slightly short and bang towards the fielder out there at deep mid wicket. Won't get anything more than a single. And this time he connects. It's gone high in the air. Chance of a catch and it's dropped. Well, it was a difficult chance. He did not exactly know where he is standing. And he does well in the end to keep that one in play. But that could have been taken and that could have been a wicket for Jay Bagalia. But instead it's a single. Well, just a single as well. Not quite taking those double runs. He thought that he was going to be out there, Aditya Narayanan. This time played straight to the fielder. And this time it's hit the pad, but definitely pitching outside the off stump, getting across for a single. This time picked up on the offside, trying to play that one inside out, but not quite able to find the gap. And a bit of a misfeel allows them to come back for the second. So 8 of the over, 1 more to come. And the USA Chargers are just charging on at the moment. And this time swept, getting into the line of the ball and swept ever so well. Once again, another boundary for Abdur Rahman in the similar region. And that will help him grow in some confidence. At the end of the 24th, now it is 162 for 3. Waghela continuing here. 162 for 3 after 24.1 now. This partnership going along really well for the USA Chargers. Once again, just tucked on this leg side for a single. This time it defends Abdur Rahman. This time driven straight to the fielder. Yes, just a single towards the fielder at long on.
चालू है
Once again driven for a single. So a tight over this by Yug Waghela. Just the 3 of it so far. One more to come. Well, in fact, that is the end of the over. At the end of the 25th, now it is 165 for 3. So Jay Bhagalia continuing here. Once again, played down the ground in the gap. This time cut away, but only a single.
तो 664 ही है ना तो छोटा है
Once again, played on this offside. So it is 171 for 3 now after 26. Trying to go quickly through these overs here. The Pristine Sports. Wanting to cut that one. This time he connects. But once again, protection out there in the deep. Well, keeping those wickets in hand here, the USA Chargers. They still have quite a bit of batting coming up. Once again, cuts it straight to the fielder. And this time played hard and into the gap, and the fielder, well, an excellent effort by him. And he does well in the end to keep that one away from the boundary. This time Abdur Rahman wanting to go big. Well, he won't quite get the maximum or the boundary that he wants, but he will get a couple of more runs. So at the end of the 27th now, it is 175 for 3. And this time hit hard along the ground and hit perfectly well by Aditya Narayanan. An excellent shot through the offside. Hit hard and superbly struck. And a boundary to start off this over. This time takes the single Aditya and he gives the strike back to Abdur Rahman. This time played uppishly and once again beats the fielder and finds the fence. Another boundary, the second one of the over. All of a sudden, some boundaries coming in here for the USA Chargers. This partnership now worth 85 as well. And going along really well here. And this time a reverse sweep attempted, and the fielder not quite able to catch that one. Almost carried to him, and instead Abdur Rahman gets the single in. Well, trying to be audacious on that occasion, Abdur Rahman not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. So one more delivery left now in this over. And this time going for the big swing, a huge appeal. And a dot to end the over at the end of the 28th. Now it is 184 for 3. This time played down the ground. Yog Vaghela into his 7th over. None for 36 for him in 6.2. And he's come back really well after being expensive in the first few overs where he bowled inside the power play. And this time a wide down the leg side. This time short, hit hard, and hit ever so well into the fence. Another boundary. Well, dealing in fours at the moment, Aditya Narayanan. Another one for him. Moves on to 48 with that one. 48 was just 42. And it has been an outstanding innings so far. Once again, drives, but straight to the fielder. This time nudges it on the offside, takes the single. So one more delivery left in this over. And once again, just played on the offside. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 29th. Now it is 191 for 3. Once again hit hard, and he takes the single on this occasion. That will be his half century. Aditya Narayanan, an outstanding innings. 51 of 46 now. But he needs to stay out there still. He needs to continue and make this a big one. Coming in a pressure situation and doing really well now. And building this partnership as well ever so nicely alongside Abdur Rahman. Once again played down the ground for a single. Once again played along the ground on this offside. This time played back to the bowler. So just the one more delivery left now in this over. It has been a decent one by Jay Bhagalia. Just the three of it. And once again he drives out there to the fielder in the deep. So 4 runs coming off the over at the end of the 30th. Now it is 196 for 3 for the USA Chargers. 196 for 3, and we head into the last 10 overs. You might say the slog overs. Yogwagela continuing into his final over. None for 42 in his 7. Would be happy that he is going only at a runner ball now because he was very expensive inside that power play. Starting off with a dot delivery in this 31st. Once again, cut hard, but straight to the fielder. Gets across for a single. And this time swept. And swept hard and nice and in the gap. And a boundary for Abdur Rahman. Superbly hit once again. And that will bring up the 100 partnership as well between the two. And that will also bring the 200 up. 201 for 3 now after 30.3 overs. Once again swept, but this time will find the fielder out there in the deep. Once again hit hard along the ground, just a single. And once again he sweeps, but not quite in the gap. Well, the sweep shot has been the go-to shot for Abdur Rahman throughout this innings. So at the end of the 31st now, it is 204 for 3. So once again, Jay Bhagalia continuing here. Starts off by giving away a single. So how do they approach this now here? The USA Chargers. They have wickets in hand and they have the firepower as well. And this time played straight to the fielder and right down his throat. And Abdur Rahman perishes. Finally, they get a wicket. This time going for the reverse sweep and couldn't quite get the middle of the bat. And an easy catch there out for the fielder at short third. And Jay Bhagalia gets a wicket. 206 for 4 now after 31.2 as they try to accelerate here the USA Chargers. surprise, in comes Karan Anand at number 6, promoting himself up the order here. He has played at number 9 throughout the tournament and now would be wanting to whack a few out of the park. Well, things haven't quite worked out for him with the bat in this tournament. He's bowled exceptionally and captained his side exceptionally as well. Now needs to do a job with the bat. Gets off the mark instantly of the very first delivery. And the Pristine Sports will be trying their best to try and restrict the opposition to as low as possible so that they can get down these runs quickly. This time played slightly in the air by Aditya Narayanan, and he beats the fielder out there at long on a boundary to kickstart this partnership. Moves on to 60 now, Aditya Narayanan, playing an important hand out here for his side. Once again, he plays it on the offside, this time underneath the fielder, gets across for a single. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 32nd. Now it is 212 for 4. So Yug Waghela is bowled out. And it's going to be Naitik Pandey to continue. Naitik has bowled superbly well. 6 overs, 1 for 23. And he will, you assume, will be bowling a couple of overs out of the 8 remaining. Starts off with a dot delivery. This time played down the ground for a single. This time played uppishly but won't quite carry to the fielder. So just the 1 run of the over, halfway through it. And this time going for a cut shot, he finds the outside edge. And once again, Karan departs. Just the 1 run for him. It's just not worked out for him in this tournament with the bat. And couldn't quite play a nice little cameo out here for his side. And the USA Chargers have lost half their side here. Naitik Pandey getting second. 213 for 5 now after 32.4. So in comes Yognanavati at number 7. With the side wanting to try and get some quick runs here. 213 for 5 after 32.4. And nicely defended on the offside. Once again, a huge appeal, but this time not given by the umpire. So at the end of the 33rd over now, it is 213 for 5. An excellent over by Naitik Pandey. Jay Bhagalia continuing, 5 overs, 1 for 39. And the captain continuing to trust him. And charging down the wicket, it's gone high in the air. Will that clear the fence? Yes, it does. It's gone over the fielder at long on. A maximum to start this over. Right on the front foot, Aditya Narayanan. Superbly struck. And all the way it goes. A much needed 6 after a tight previous over. That 6 should help them to push on. And this time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder. This time charging down the wicket. But not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. Gets the single. Well, it's surprising that the captain has 4 more overs of Ajit Shukla left, but still he's not gone back to him. And it seems like he won't be getting his full quota of 8 overs. 4 overs, 1 for 12 for him. This time played straight to the fielder, but he's made a mistake. Won't be costly at all. This time a swing and a miss. Once again charging down the wicket. And will that carry the distance too? Yes, it will. Another maximum. So a 6 to start the over and also to end it. And an expensive over this by Jay Bagalia. At the end of the 34th, now it is 227 for 5. And Aditya Narayanan is playing out an important innings for the USA Chargers. So Naitik Pandey continuing here, 7 overs, 2 for 24 into his final over. How would he love another one here in this 35th over? Well, a couple of sixes in the previous over off the bat of Aditya Narayanan takes him on to 75 of the 61. Once again, an excellent delivery by Naitik up against Yug on this occasion. This time he drives, but another dot. Wanting to cut this one away. So 3 consecutive dots. And the pressure once again building on the batters to try and get some quick runs. What an outstanding spell it has been by Naitik Pandey, going at less than 4 and over. Just 3.5. And this time, he's gone right through him. And that's another one gone. That's the third one for Naitik Pandey. And Yug Nanavati just cannot believe it. Totally bamboozled by that one. It was the googly. And he couldn't quite pick it up. And it's gone right through. 227 for 6 now after 34.4. And not quite able to get going here, the USA Chargers. So in comes Soham Arora at number 8. Starts off with a dot and one more delivery left. So an excellent over by Naitik Pandey. Once again, a maiden wicket. Would you believe it? In the 35th over, he finishes his spell 8 overs, 3 for 24. An outstanding performance by him. And at the end of the 35th, now it is 227 for 6. Five more overs left. 10 and over gets them to a 277. The USA Chargers. A well set Aditya is joined out there by Soham Arora now. Soham Arora demoted even more down the order. Well, he is a very good batter, and he showed yesterday that he's an exceptionally good bowler as well, taking those 3 wickets for hardly any runs. But now needs to get some crucial runs for his side at the back end of this innings. Well, that partnership between Aditya Narayanan and Abdur Rahman making all the difference so far. And Aditya Narayanan at the moment on 75 has a big opportunity to get a big score for himself. And Ajit Shukla is back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 for 12 for him. And you would assume that he will be bowling the 36th, 38th, and the 40th. Gets a single on the very first delivery. This time Soham plays it back to the bowler. And a dot delivery. This time played on the offside for a single. Once again hitting it along the ground, but straight to the fielder. So just the 2 runs of the over so far. And the Pristine Sports will be happy with this. But how would they love to see the back of Aditya Narayanan at the moment? Once again played towards the third man for a single. That will be given as a wide. So Ajit Shukla will have to reload that final delivery. This time played in the air behind square on the offside, and he finds the boundary. So that extra delivery proving to be very expensive for Ajit Shukla, and that will make it 8 of the over. A decent one in the end for the USA Chargers, and at the end of 36 now it is 232 for 6. So just the 4 more overs left in this innings, and Wasim Khan continuing. And Soham doing the smart thing of giving the strike back to the well set Aditya. Wasim Khan has been a tad expensive. None for 26 in his 3.1. Coming in here to bowl the 37th over. This time beats the batter Aditya on that occasion. This time charging down the wicket and takes the single. This time picked up by Soham, and it's gone over the fielder at long on a maximum. Well, breaking the shackles on this occasion, Soham. Aditya not quite able to get those boundaries in this over, so Soham has taken the onus on himself. He's got his eye in, he's faced the 5 deliveries, 6 deliveries, and now on the 7th one, he hits a maximum. Closing in on the 250 mark. This time he fetches it for a single. So just the one more delivery left, and Aditya is back on strike. And he's played it out to the fielder at short third, and a single taken. Keeps the strike at the end of the 37th. Now it is 246 for 6. So Ajit Shukla continuing here and wanting to pick that one up, Aditya, but it's been given as a wide down the leg side. Well, they would be wanting to try and get at least two a ball from here on. 36 of the 18 deliveries will get them 283, which will be a very decent total out here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. This time he's beaten the batter, and Aditya on 83 at the moment. 83 of 70 deliveries, 69 in fact. Closing in on that century. He's not got many balls left though. Can he get it for himself? Well, we have seen some special innings out here in this Global Youth Cricket League, and this will be right up there as well. This time played down the ground for a single. Once again played on the soft side for a single. This time played on the offside. So an excellent over this in the context of the game by Ajit Shukla. Just the four of it. That single brings up the 250 for the USA Chargers. 250 for 6 now after 37.4. Well, they will feel that they are at least maybe 20 runs short of where they should have been. But they've done well to get here. Once again, Ajit beats the batter. And another dot delivery as they try and build some pressure here. Just the one more delivery left now in this over. And he's found the outside edge towards the fielder at third man and a single taken. So just the 5 of the over. Excellent by Ajit Shukla once again at the end of the 38. Now it is 251 for 6. This time scampering across to try and take that a very difficult chance. And they come back for the second as well. So Soham getting a couple of runs up against Wasim Khan, who is bowling this penultimate over of the innings. This time cut away and straight to the fielder. This time charging down the wicket, Aditya. Chance of a catch, and it's taken. So Wasim Khan gets the wicket. Well, the pressure was building for not getting those boundaries in. And it's Aditya who's gone. A well-made 85. Misses out on the century. And he'll be gutted that he couldn't quite get his side in the end. Some crucial runs here. 254 for 7 now after 38 and a half. And in comes the new batter once again. So in comes Advik at number 9. And a first breakthrough for Wasim Khan, 1 for 38 after 4.5 for him. And how would he love another one here? Well, 9 more deliveries left. And Advik would be wanting to give the strike to Soham as much as possible. And he's done the smart thing. He gets the single of the very first delivery. And he gives the strike back to Soham Arora. 15 of 13 at the moment. He's got a couple of deliveries up against Wasim Khan now. An opportunity for him maybe to get a couple of boundaries. Well, it's hit hard along the ground nicely and in the gap. And a boundary. Well, that's exactly what they were searching for. And Soham Arora in on the act in this penultimate over of the innings. Superbly struck. And trying to make full use of these slog overs. So just the one more delivery left now for Wasim Khan. And he's taking the single and keeping the strike for the final over at the end of the 39th now. It is 260 for 7 for the USA Chargers. So then the final over of the innings, and no surprises that it's Ajit Shukla to continue. Ajit Shukla, 6 overs, 1 for 26, and would be wanting to keep his economy rate in a similar kind of a region as he has. Well, not the best of the starts for him. Soham Arora taking full advantage of a fuller length and dispatching that one away to the fence. An excellent shot this. Getting some quick runs in these final overs. A couple of boundaries now in the last 3 deliveries. Can he get them to the 280 mark? It is going to be difficult from here on. But an opportunity here for Soham Arora to show that he can play lower down the order as well. And this time picked up. It's gone over the fielder. And once again into the fence, and this time it's gone all the way, in fact just clearing the boundary line, and a maximum now followed after a boundary. 10 runs of the first 2 and they are into the 270s. Well, you might feel that they have missed out on the 300 mark, but Soham Arora is turning the heat on here now. 30 of just 17 for him, and still 4 more deliveries left, and Ajit Shukla will not be impressed at all. That will spoil his figures as well. 1 for 36 and a 6.2. This time a swing and a miss. Finally he beats Soham. This time played along the ground, a bit of a misfield. Should come back for the second, and they do. And it will keep Soham on strike for the last 2 deliveries. It has been an outstanding performance this by the USA Chargers. Almost everyone contributing in this innings. Even lower down the order, Soham Arora now moves on to 32 with that one. A couple of quick fire 40s by Sohan and Yuvan. A nice little 40 by Abdur Rahman as well. 47 for him, missing out on a half century. This time in the air and will be short of the fielder. And Advik not quite ready to come back for the second, and he takes the single. So it will keep Advik on strike for the final delivery of this innings. 273 for 7 then. An opportunity for Advik to free his arms. Can he connect one here for his side? And on the other hand, Ajit Shukla would be wanting to go right through him. And he's missed out on the length. And it won't quite carry back to the bowler. And they get across for a single. So they finish their innings here. The USA Chargers 274 for 7. And the target for the Pristine Sports will be 275. It's a huge total, considering that 268 was enough the previous time these two met at the PJ Hindu Gymkhana. We will be back for the chase on the other side. Right then, we are back here for the chase. The target 275 for the Pristine Sports, and they kick off their innings with a boundary. A couple of dots for Aman, but now a boundary for Yug Waghela, getting off the mark of his third delivery. Joined out there in the middle with Ayud. Well, they need to make the most of this power play. And this time played back to the bowler.
क्या हुआ? तो बैठ के ऐसे बात कर रहा हूँ, ऊपर खड़े रह के उधर दिख रहा है कि नहीं? हाँ तो घूम रहा है क्या? तो नहीं आया अभी तक। नहीं सीखो इसलिए मैं चालू होगा तो मैं हाँ अभी हुआ।
This time leaves it alone and given as a wide by the umpire.
तो वो दारू लाने बोला था ना, वो नहीं लाया। मिक्स करके कितना था? लाता लाता हूँ कार है बाजी में।
This time defends it. This time just past the outside edge. So at the end of the first, now it is 5 without a wicket. So once again, Suraj will continue along with Aman with the new ball as they try to get those early wickets once again. Well, they took 4 early wickets up against the Pristine Sports in the very first game of the tournament. And the Pristine Sports will be hoping for something different. This time just leaves it alone. Finally, a boundary for Yug Wagela once again. That's the second one of the innings. And on both the occasions, up against Aman. This time, a low full toss. And hit beautifully past the fielder at mid-off. So at the end of the third over, now it is 9 without a wicket. And this time an excellent straight drive. He's played that one ever so well. Back past the bowler. And into the fence it goes. That'll spoil the over for Surat. 6 coming off it in the end. At the end of the fourth now it is 15 without a wicket. So just the 2 runs of the over so far, halfway through it. 17 the score. Trying to build an innings. Youth struggling at the moment, 2 of 12 now. Would be wanting to get the move on. Still a long way away from this target. 258 more required. And this time he's found the outside edge. And that's the early breakthrough that they were searching for. It's Ayud who departs. And Aman once again amongst the wickets, where he's taken 11 in the first 4. Did not get any in the 5th one yesterday. But now he's back in with those wickets. And that's an early breakthrough for the USA Chargers. 17 for 1 now, the Pristine Sports in this 5th over. In comes Sairaj at number 3. Just leaves that one alone. So at the end of the fifth, now it is 17 for 1. And this time he gets a boundary yoke. Another one has gone behind square on that occasion. And Suraj all of a sudden conceding some runs after that maiden over in the very first. This time nudged on the offside and takes a quick single. Once again driven, but straight to the fielder. This time he drives and drives ever so well in the gap. Another boundary. This time off the bat of Sairaj. That will give him a lot of confidence early in his innings. Superbly struck through the offside. And at the end of the sixth over now, it is 26 for 1. The Pristine Sports. So Aman continuing here, who's taken that early breakthrough. And this time he drives and drives perfectly well once again. Yug Waghela all of a sudden getting some boundaries in here, the Pristine Sports, and staying alive in this game. A huge total in front of them and doing it nicely here inside this power play. Time he leaves it alone. This occasion a low full toss, and he does well to play it down the ground. Yog Waghela. Once again, just nudged on the offside. Once again, defends it at the end of the seventh. Now it is 31 for 1. Misfeel of his own bowling, and they get across for a single. This time played behind square and coming back for the second as well. And direct hit could have been curtains there for Sairaj. Very close on that occasion. It was a very good throw as well. A strong arm of Aman. And a couple of runs taken once again. This time it drives and drives ever so well. Another boundary for Sairaj. Once again through that offside. That's his second one. And he's starting to look really good out there. He's moved on to the double figures in just the 7 deliveries that he's faced. And making full use of these power play overs. This time a wide down the leg side. Once again driven, but straight to the fielder on this occasion. So just the one more delivery left in this over and in this power play. Once again, just knocked on the offside and a dot to end the over at the end of the 8th. Now it is 39 for 1. So Advik continuing here in this over number 9 outside this power play. So just the two of the over at the end of the ninth. Now it is 41 for 1. This time played in the air and straight into the hands of Yuan. And that's the second one gone. It's Sairaj who departs. And a wicket once again for Advik. 44 for 2 now. Well, it seems like it might have been the seventh ball of the over. And how costly will that prove to be for the Pristine Sports? 44 for 2. Trying to chase this huge total down of 275. So in comes Sudhan Sundaraj coming in here at number 4. Well, a talented young batsman, just 15, and comes out to bat here in a crunch situation. And first up, he will be facing up against Soham, who bowled a maiden over. This time a single taken. Well, Soham Arora came out of nowhere yesterday to bowl for the first time in the tournament, and he took 3 wickets. And once again, starting off nicely here. The first over being a maiden, and now the first single conceded. And now, for the first time, you will see Sundaraj on strike, coming in here at number 4 with his side in all sorts here for this 5th place. And he's cut this one away, and he's not quite been able to beat the fielder out there. Gets a single, gets off the mark of his very first delivery. And it brings Yog Wagela back on strike. Yog has been looking very good. 24 of 34 for him. But he needs to convert this into a big one for his side. This time defended up against Soham. Once again cut away and finds the fielder out there in the deep. Once again, a quick single taken at the end of the 12th. Now the Pristine Sports are 48 for 2. This time cut away nicely and gets a single. That will bring up the 50 for the Pristine Sports. 50 for 2. They have taken a while reaching here. Still 225 away from this target. A long way to go for them in this chase. And on the other hand, the USA Chargers in the driver's seat here. And this time it's played in the air, won't quite carry to Aditya Narayanan. but he will keep that one in and a couple of runs taken. So finally some intent shown, and this time off the bat of Yugwaghela. This time played in the air and finally a boundary. Once again, it is Yugwaghela getting that one. Superbly placed, playing that one inside out. And maybe is this the moment where they start to flow some runs for themselves? To end the over at the end of the 14th, now it is 58 for 2. Once again, it's picked up. All of a sudden, breaking the shackles here. Sundaraj on this occasion. Superbly played. And a maximum, the first 6 of this innings. Maybe these two have decided that they have seen enough now. And both of them have their eye in and wanting to get some quick runs in these middle overs. And this time short once again, and once again pulled away, and once again it's gone all the way. Back-to-back sixes for Sudhan Sundaraj. All of a sudden turning the heat on here. And this will help them a lot in the course of this chase. So what does Advik think now? How does he get out of this one? 2 in 2 for Sundaraj. And you wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the third one as well. This time he defends it, respecting the good delivery out there. Sudhan Sundaraj, 17 of just 9 for him. A nice little cameo this, but can he carry on here for the Pristine Sports to try and get them to that 5th place in this Global Youth Cricket League? Once again, slightly short, but this time outside the off stump. Once again, just played on the offside. This time short and once again played down the ground and a single taken. So at the end of the 15th, now it is 71 for 2. And this time played in the air and a superb take out there. And Karan Anand getting a wicket in his very first over. And that's the big wicket of the well-set batter Yug. Well, it was flighted up and Yug was tempted to go for it. Couldn't quite get the distance that he wanted. And a superb take out there in the deep. And another one gone for the Pristine Sports. 72 for 3 now in this 14th over. Wasim Khan comes in here at number 5 and gets off the mark immediately with a single. And this time a full toss and played ever so well by Sundaraj. Played in the gap and a couple of bounces and it trickles away. So a boundary to end the over at the end of the 16th. Now it is 77 for 3. So Advik continuing and nicely cut. This time by Wasim Khan. The fielder does get across. Aditya Narayanan does really well. And well, you would expect a few tired legs for him, but not quite so. After scoring that 85, still getting across and putting his body on the line for his side. Well, 196 more required from here on for the Pristine Sports. And what a delivery once again. Very close to finding the outside edge. Well, the spin has worked really well on this ground so far, and it continues to do so. A wicket each for Advik and Karan Anand. Once again, an outside edge. Well, the chases are on, and he does well to stop that one. Once again, Yuan on that occasion, saving that boundary. This time played straight to Yuan. and he keeps it down to a dot. Once again, cut away, but straight to the fielder out there in the deep, Aditya Narayanan. And just the one more delivery left now in this over, 5 of it already. And this time he's gone big. And has he got the distance? You bet he has. Another maximum for Sundaraj. He's playing an outstanding innings out here and giving his side a ray of hope. At the end of the 17th, now it is 88 for 3 for the Pristine Sports. So Karan Anand continuing here. Starts off with the googly. And this time nicely picked up. And it's been picked up all the way. What an excellent shot that is by Wasim Khan. All of a sudden getting some quick runs out here, the Pristine Sports. And staying alive in this game. Beautifully picked up inside out. Never easy finding the distance in that region of the ground. And he does it ever so well. Does Wasim Khan. Showing the class that he possesses. This time played behind square. The chase is on. But the fielder will get across. And a couple of more runs. Once again played down the ground. And just a single. This time a wide down the leg side. Not quite able to flick that one on. Sundaraj.
दिल पे रख दे दोनों ऑफ कर दे हाँ और एक पर्सनल काम करने
This time played back to the bowler. This time an excellent bit of fielding will keep it down to a dot. So at the end of the 18th, now it is 98 for 3. Once again, a decent over for the Pristine Sports. So a change in the bowling is going to be Ishan to continue. This time picked up really nicely by Wasim Khan up against Ishan. It was a shorter delivery, not the best of the deliveries, and playing it over the fielder at square leg. And another boundary. Well, this partnership is going along really well now. 30 of the 16 deliveries, and maybe, just maybe, keeping themselves in this game. Also the 100 up as well for the Pristine Sports. 173 more required from here on. 173 from 130 deliveries. This time pushed on the offside for a single. This time driven and beats Karan. And the fielder will cut that one off. Once again drives and straight to the fielder. So at the end of the 19th now, it is 106 for 3. So Karan Anand continuing and once again picked up by Sudhan Sundaraj. Once again showing some intent out here. A beautiful shot for the 6. Once again through this offside. And Karan Anand going for the cleaners now after taking that wicket early in his spell. All of a sudden, these quick runs really has got them back into this game here. The Pristine Sports. Well, such is the talent that the 15-year-old Sudhan Sundaraj has. This time cut away for a single. This time plays it down the ground. This time beats the bowler himself, Karan, and gets another single in. Well, they were going at just 4s at the end of the 10th over and are now going at almost 6 and over. It has been an extremely good recovery this, and these two are getting some quick runs out here for the side. And another single taken. So a 6 and 4 singles coming off that one at the end of the 20th. Now it is 116 for 3 halfway through this innings. Yuvan Vinod continuing here and straight away hit for a boundary, hit down the ground by Wasim Khan. And that will bring up the 50 partnership as well between the two. 55 of just 33 deliveries. And these two are coasting along really nicely now here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. 148 more required of 113. And they are making a game out of this one, the Pristine Sports. Especially if these two keep on batting for another 6-7 overs, maybe they might just run away with this game. This time nudged on the offside and gets across for a single. Wanting to play it over the wicket keeper, not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. Once again, just nudged on the offside. Out there towards the fielder at third man region. And he takes the single and gives the strike back to Wasim, who hit a boundary of the very first delivery of this over. Nudged on this leg side, gets across for a single. And this time is one in the air, chance of a catch, and it won't quite carry. Well, it was a chance, you might say. But he was never getting underneath that one, and a dot to end the over, 7 coming off it. At the end of the 22nd, now it is 130 for 3. So Ishan continuing here. Starting off with a single, bringing Sundaraj back on strike. Once again, just tucked away on the leg side. Well, trying to take this game deep at the moment here, the Pristine Sports. They have kept 7 wickets in hand and are going along nicely now, this chase. They have really given themselves more than half a chance here. You just never know. A couple of big more overs can really turn it around here in the favor of the Pristine Sports. And once again played in the air, but won't quite carry out there in the deep. And just a single. This time a low full toss and hit hard and in the gap. Another boundary for Sundaraj. Moves on to 49 with that one. Exceptional ball striking this. Making full use of the low full toss. And once again, a very expensive over this already. 7 of it, still 2 more to come. This time getting across for a quick single, and that will be his half century. An outstanding half century this by Sudhan Sundaraj. 50 of just 31. And he will know that the job is only half done yet. Still a long way to go in this game. And they have exactly scored half the runs as well of this chase. 137 more required from Iran of 103 deliveries. This time short and picked up ever so well once again by Wasim Khan. Over the fielder at square leg, and another boundary to end the over. A huge one this. 12 coming off it. And another over comes to an end at the end of the 23rd. Now it is 144 for 3. So once again, already 5 of the over just after the first 2 deliveries. And just the 126 more required now. 126 of 100 deliveries. They have calculated this chase ever so well here. This time played off the back foot. This time charging down the wicket and going for the big shot. But once again, not quite carrying to the fielder out there. Just a single. That single will bring up the 150 for the Pristine Sports. 150 for 3 in this 23rd over. 125 more away from this target. 125 from 98. And you must say that the game is very much in the balance from here on, especially with these two set batters, Sundaraj and Wasim Khan. Once again, played on this leg side. And this time defended. So a dot to end the over. 6 coming off it at the end of the 24th. Now it is 151 for 3. So Abdur Rahman continuing here in this 25th over, starting off with a couple of dot deliveries. Much needed those. This time getting a single in. Well, 8 and over is very much gettable in the last 15 with 7 wickets in hand. Especially with the quality that it used to possess. But maybe a chance here. It's in the air and taken. And once again, it's Karan Anand with another spectacular take. And finally, this partnership is broken. Wasim Khan departs. A well-made 41 for him. And once again, the USA Chargers will consider themselves at top of this game. 152 for 4 now in this 25th over. So 152 for 4, and the trick to bring Abdur Rahman working. And in comes Sahil Goge coming in here at number 6 with his side once again in a spot of bother. Well, the asking rate is 8, but Sudhan Sundaraj needs some support out there. Now, 123 from 92. He can't do it all alone at the moment at 57 or just 37. This time played straight to the fielder. What an excellent over this is in the context of the game. This time wanting to cut that one, but a swing and a miss. So at the end of the 25th now, it is 152 for 4. One Vinod will continue, and an excellent shot by Sundaraj over the wicketkeeper. Unfortunate to not get the boundary there. The third man fielder was very fine, and he gets across and will only get a single. What an outstanding innings it has been so far. 58 of 38 for Sudhan Sundaraj, and he will know that he needs to stick around the crease to try and get his side over the line here. So that single brings Sahil back on strike. Sahil, who is yet to get off the mark, facing his third delivery now. Just nudged on this leg side, taking a single.
वायरलेस के डिस्प्ले पे चेक करना आगे से, पीछे बैठ के नहीं, थोड़ा उठ ना उठ। अभी पानी पीने बैठ। अरे मत।
So Sahil getting off the mark. Well, all of a sudden, a couple of tight overs here for the USA Chargers, getting them back in the front in this game. And this time played in the air. And just a single once again. Not quite able to get those boundaries in. Just the third single of the over. Yuan keeping things tight here. Well, that is what wickets do in cricket. You lose a wicket, a new batter comes in, tries to settle in, and also undoes the non-striker. And this time picked up by Sahil. And he's taken it. Or has he? Well, not quite so. Did not quite carry to him. And just a single once again for Sahil. So finally some intent shown. But once again, not quite able to get that boundary in, which they need. The asking rate is creeping up with every single delivery. Now it's gone up to 8.4. You wouldn't want it to touch double figures very early on. And once again, he's played that one in the air, but once again, won't quite find the boundary. and just a single. So just the 5 of the over at the end of the 26th. Now it is 157 for 4. So Abdur Rahman will continue. What an outstanding first over he had, giving away just the 1 run and taking the big wicket of Wasim Khan, who was set. And how would he love to see the back of Sudhan Sundaraj as well. Once again hit hard by Sundaraj, but once again protection out there in the deep, just a single. And this time hit straight to the fielder, Suraj on that occasion. Once again cut away and it's gone right through. Suraj couldn't quite collect that one. And a boundary for Sahil, his first one. And he would be hoping it is the first of many for him. Well, wanting to find the gap between the point and the short third fielder. Couldn't quite find it to perfection, but a bit of a misfeel allows him to get that boundary in. And finally a boundary. It's been a while since the last one. And they will be hoping that it will help them in shifting some momentum here. This time an excellent delivery by Abdur Rahman. Once again just nudged on the offside, gets across for a single. And the throw will hurt Abdur Rahman. Well, he's done some damage to himself and it seems like he will need some attention out there. Taking that extra run off the overthrow as well. Once again cut away by Sahil, but just a single. So at the end of the 27th now it is 165 for 4.
कितना है
6-0. हाँ ठीक है
हेलो हेलो
Mic check. Mic test, mic test. Very good evening, Royston. How are you feeling today? What do you make of this tournament?
Uh, I feel it's a fabulous tournament and a great opportunity for the kids because under 19 kids, a couple of guys in the team who play for the under 21s as well, and from different countries. So boys from the US. There's a girl who's playing too. So different sort of a environment, sort of an environment for these kids, and very well managed tournament as well. So I feel it's a great opportunity, great learning, great experience for the kids over here.
Think about the infrastructure and the conditions.
I feel the kind of, I mean, when we play in the Maidans and when we play club cricket, we sort of don't get uh, good grounds to, I can't say good grounds, but obviously wickets, grounds, we always feel like we can get so much better, right? And when an academy like Pristine, they organize this kind of a tournament, we sort of have this preconceived notion in our mind that we'll probably be playing on a Maidan. But then to get single grounds in each game that we play, to get gymkhanas to play, I feel it's a very well managed and well executed tournament by Pristine.
I think your side has. What do you think in this one, and what do you tournament that they have played so far?
I feel we are in a very good position in this match. We are on top right now, and hopefully they'll get above the line. About the tournament, I feel like obviously there was a lot of potential in the team, and when I was told to sort of mentor and coach the US team, I didn't have too many expectations. I'll be very honest, because they are in a very initial phase of their cricketing sort of setup. But when I came for the first match and I saw how they could play and what potential they had, I feel 4 or 5 guys from the team, they really have the skill to play at a certain level. There are a lot of ways in which they can improve right now, but I feel as they'll go on playing, they'll get better. Match awareness wise, tactically, they can get so much better, and I feel that is something that is somewhere where I come in, and I can give them a few tips post the tournament and post the game probably.
Thank you so much, and all the best. Thank you. So that was the head coach of the USA Chargers. Back to the game. So we are back here in the commentary box. The big wicket of Sundaraj in the previous over. Well, 99 more required of the remaining 12 overs for the Pristine Sports. And you might say that the USA Chargers are right in front now after that big wicket. So two new batters at the crease. Relatively, Sahil is also new only. 12 of 12 for him. And in comes Naitik Pandey at number 7, with the side needing a nice little cameo from him. This time played straight to the fielder.
नहीं समझ रहा तो क्या बोल क्या कर रहा है तो क्या हुआ तो रिप्ले मत दे लेकिन बाकी चीज तो चलेगा ना क्या बता रहे हो वीडियो निकाल के भेजना पड़ेगा
This time cut away, and he finds the fielder out there in the deep. Once again, just played on the offside. He's just turned the game around here, Abdur Rahman, hasn't he? 1 for 12 in his 2.5, and will stay at 1 for 12 in his 3 at the end of the 29th. Now it is 179 for 5, 96 away from this target here, the Pristine Sports. And continuing here in this 30th over, 1 for 29 and is 4 for him. Once again, just nudged on the leg side, another single taken. This time it's got up in the air and an easy take for Sohan Bhatia. Another one for Yuvan. That's the second. And Naitik Pandey has to depart. Just the one run for him. And that's the 6th one down now for the Pristine Sports. And all of a sudden a mini collapse out here, allowing the USA Chargers to be right on top. Well, it was a short pitch delivery and not much that Naitik could do. Never in control of it. And an easy catch. Doesn't get easier for Sohan. And it is 182 for 6 now. So in comes Adidas at number 8. And once again, he starts off the shorter one, Yuan, and given as a wide by the umpire, maybe just outside the leg stump there. And Yuan is not happy with the call, just like any other bowler by the umpire. Well, a couple of breakthroughs here for Yuan Vinod. He's not really been amongst the wickets in this tournament, but he's got a couple here. This time flicked straight to the fielder. So how does Sahil approach this now? He's got the tail ender supporting him now. Still 92 away from this target. And Sahil needs to keep the strike as much as possible to himself. Coming around the wicket now to the left-hander, Yuan Vinod. And once again just defended off the back foot. Well, that partnership between Wasim and Sundaraj was looking extremely good. And it had put us in a situation where they were in with a big chance, the Pristine Sports. Maybe even slightly ahead in the game when they required 125 from 100 deliveries with 7 wickets in hand. But all of a sudden they have come out and taken those wickets here, the USA Chargers. Yuan has turned this game around with the ball on this occasion, this time getting across for a quick single, getting off the mark there, Adidas. And at the end of the 30th now, it is 184 for 6. So this time Sahil, he's gone for the big one. And once again, it won't quite carry to the fielder there. And that will be the end of the 30th over. Now it is 186 for 6. Surprises that Abdur Rahman is continuing here. 3 overs, 1 for 12. Still 89 away from this target, the Pristine Sports. 89 from 60. Has been played along the ground.
फ्लैग भी हुआ था, वो नंबर है, नंबर 1 2 3 को बहुत दबा दिया था कि वो नंबर बंद किया ना तो बड़ा डाल फ्लैग.
So Adidas taking his time out there. And once again, they try to take this game deep. Well, the asking rate has gone above 9 now, 9.1. And with just the 4 wickets in hand, it can be a task with so many overs still left. And this time nudged away, but the fielder does well once again. Keeps it down to 1. And this time he's gone for the ramp shot. And he's done extremely well. He's beaten the fielder. The chase is on, but the ball will win the race. And a boundary for Sahil once again. He moves on to 22 with that one and showing some intent out here in this chase. Beautifully picked up. And that one was out of the textbook for Abdur Rahman. And Sahil Guge from here on holding the key in this chase. Still 83 more away from this target. This time wanting to play it in the gap on the offside, not quite able to hit it through. So at the end of the 31st now, it is 192 for 6. So Suraj is back into the attack here. Bowling his 5th over. Well, it seems like Karan Anand wants to rip up the tail of the Pristine Sports and wants to finish this off as quickly as possible. Well, it's not going to be that easy because Sahil has picked that one up and picked that one up ever so well over the fielder at mid-on and one bounce into the fence. Another boundary trying to get these runs down quickly. Beautifully played down the ground. A fuller length and very early. Sahil to latch onto that one and beautifully struck. Well, till the time he is out there at the crease, and so are the hopes of the Pristine Sports. This time nudged on the offside.
मैं खुद लोगो यूज कर रहा हूँ लाइव लिंक शॉट ले नहीं रहे मैं जीपीएस को सीएल का लोगो भेजा वो तो डाल सकते हो मैं को भेजता हूँ ये लगा
Once again charging down the wicket, and this time he couldn't quite clear the fielder at mid-on. Yuvan was present there, and Suraj gets his man. Well, that's exactly what he was trying to do earlier as well. This time not quite able to get the connection, and Sahil perishes, and so do the hopes of the Pristine Sports in this game. 197 for 7 now, and another one gone. So 197 for 7, and then comes Jay Bhagalia. And straight away a short delivery to start off up against him, up against the number 9. Well, that's exactly why Karan Anand gave the ball back to Suraj, because he wanted to go right through the tail. And he's got one of those, 3 more left. And it seems like Suraj is going to come around the wicket now to the right-hander, a surprising angle. Once again, a very good short delivery. So a couple of dots to end the over at the end of the 32nd now. It is 197 for 7. So Abdur Rahman continuing here in this over number 33. 78 more required from 48 for the Pristine Sports. Just the 3 wickets in hand. And it seems as if the USA Chargers are looking for wickets. This time it went right through, very close to the stumps, but won't quite get the wicket there. Abdur Rahman, a dot to start with, up against Adi Das. And this time played on the leg side. So 3 consecutive dots now. This time going for the big swing towards the leg side, not quite able to get the connection that he wanted. So 4 consecutive dots now. And this time he finds the gap on this offside, gets that single, Adidas. And it will bring Jay Bhagalia on strike for the first time up against Adidas. Up against Abdur Rahman, rather. And he is yet to get off the mark here. This time slightly short, but once again played on the offside. So a dot to end the over, just the 1 run of it. And at the end of the 33rd now, it is 198 for 7. So Suraj continuing and coming around the wicket once again. This time to the left-hander Adidas, and he once again tucks it away on the leg side. Would be wanting to come back for the second, and he will make it quite comfortably. And those couple of runs will also bring up the 200 for the Pristine Sports. 200 for 7 now after 33.1. Still 75 away from this target. 75 required from 41. Defense. So once again, just the 3 runs of the over. And the asking rate has now gone up to 12. And the task just keeps on getting more and more difficult for the Pristine Sports and more unlikely. This time a low full toss, but once again straight to the fielder. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 34th. Now it is 201 for 7. So Karan Anand has brought himself back into the attack. 1 for 26 and is 3.1. So a couple of dots to start with. No intention at all to get those boundaries in. And just sticking around for now. This time played past the bowler for a single. And this time a fuller length and picked up quite well, but just a single once again. Well, in fact, it's gone away to the fence. It's cleared the rope. And a much needed boundary. It's come off the bat of Jay Bagalia, who gets off the mark of his seventh delivery and gets off the mark in some style. And he's gone for it again. But this time he's going to be held out. An easy chance for the fielder out there, Advik. And that's the eighth one down now for the Pristine Sports. 206 for 8. And the second one for Karan Anand. Well, there was the final also being played today between the Achievers Academy and the Mumbai Cricket Club out there at the Police Gymkhana. And the Achievers Academy, well, they posted a huge total of 277 for 9. Kanav Saini scoring 65 runs, the best batter for them, 65 was just 47, right at the top of the scoring chart. 4 wickets for Yasin Sheikh in that as well, 4 for 45, but just not enough in the end, it seems, because the Mumbai Cricket Club, well, they got bowled out for 217 in the 35th over. They had a chance in between. Amanat scoring 55, Ayan Pathan once again with the bat, Meet Patel with a nice little 68 in the end, but just wasn't enough. And the star of the show once again, Adi taking 3 wickets, Yash Patel a couple, and Ved Amin also with a couple of wickets, winning that game by 60 runs. The Achievers Academy and the champions of the Global Youth Cricket League 2025, the first edition. Meanwhile, another dot to end the over. Ajit Shukla coming in here at number 10 at the end of the 35th. Now it is 206 for 8. So Aman is back into the attack and he's going to be up against Adi Das, and he starts off with a wide delivery coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And the USA Chargers trying to rip through the tail here. This time a fuller length, couldn't quite get the drive in, just past the outside edge. Aman once again amongst the wickets, getting the early breakthrough in this innings, and would be wanting to add another 12 wickets for him in the 6 games. And it seems like he's got a couple of more overs left up his sleeve in this tournament. This time nudged away, but once again out to the fielder, a deep fine leg. Advik is present there and just a single. This time a wide down the leg side.
ऑटोमेटिक की बात नहीं करनी पड़ेगी। हाँ अभी याद है डेडलाइन लगा ना, तो डेडलाइन का ऑडियो मिक्सर में जाके वो कैमरा का ऑडियो जैसे बंद कर देना ताकि वो कार्ड रिकॉर्ड।
And this time driven by, and the bowler couldn't quite hold on to it. Another dot delivery. Once again just nudged, and he takes the single. Ajit Shukla gets off the mark of his third delivery. Well, it seems like it's just a mere formality left out now in this game. 65 of 26 seems to be a task a bit more impossible. Has changed his side, coming over the wicket now to the left-hander. And once again, nicely defended by Adidas. This time wanting to drive at that one. And very close to finding the outside edge. So at the end of the 36 now, it is 210 for 8. So Karan Anand continuing here, just the 3.5 overs more left in this tournament. It has been an outstanding one. And the USA Chargers will feel that they could have got a bit more in this tournament than this 5th place. They lost a couple of very close games. One against the Achievers Academy, who have won this tournament, losing that game by just 9 runs right here at the Mazgoan Cricket Club. And also the game yesterday, which was played out at the PJ Hindu Gymkhana, losing by just 1 wicket up against the Saisia. Maybe a few moments here or there for them would have turned it around for the USA Chargers. So that's 4 consecutive dot deliveries now for Karan Anand in this 37th. Just batting out the overs now, these two, Ajit Shukla and Adidas. This time leaves it alone. And this time it's beaten the slip fielder. Well, the chase is on. Suraj is after it and he will get a couple of runs, Ajit Shukla. And Karan will not be happy at all. He's missed out on a maiden. So at the end of the 37th now, it is 212 for 8. 64 more required of the last 3 overs. So it's going to be Abdur Rahman back into the attack. Well, maybe Karan thinks that it's better to just bowl out the spinners and finish this game off as quickly as possible. Once again, just defends it. .65 from 17 then, and no intention at all here for the Pristine Sports, not even attempting to score any runs. This time hit hard through the ground, but straight to Karan. Once again charging down the wicket, and this time, well, not quite caught, almost carrying to Karan there. Well, in fact, it is caught, and he is gone. That's the 9th one down. It's Abdur Rahman who gets another one here. Well, a muted celebration. It seems like the USA Chargers have seen enough and want to get it done as quickly as possible. And straight away, Abdur Rahman went back to his run-up. And it is 212 for 9 now. Just the 1 wicket away here, the USA Chargers, from securing their 5th place in this tournament. So in comes Amit Mishra and number 11, a top edge and taken 2 in 2 for Abdur Rahman. And that will be game, set and match in the favor of the USA Chargers. A golden duck for Amit Mishra. And the USA Chargers have won this game by a huge margin of 62 runs. Well, the Pristine Sports tried well. They had a nice little partnership. The third wicket one between Sundaraj and Wasim. But in the end, just not enough. And they ended up tumbling out here and are bowled out here for a 212. And an outstanding performance out here for the USA Chargers, getting the second one over the line up against the Pristine Sports and winning this game by 62 runs and finishing 5th in this Global Youth Cricket League 2025. Well, that was it, and we will be back for the match presentation in 5 minutes from now.
Hello, hello, hello.